time is now 5:33 p.m. on Tuesday, August 13th, 2024. I now call to order the meeting of the Warwick School Committee. If we would all please rise. This time I'll turn it over to Ms. Ruggieri for recognitions.
Unfortunately, I have none this month. With school not being in session, we did not get any nominations, so I will be back in October to do the September nominees.
Well, you know what? I'll make a motion that we recognize our administrative staff. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, seconded by the entire committee. Any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor that they're great?
Yay.
Motion
Aye.
passes 5-0.
Aye.
How's that, Ms. Ruggieri?
That was awesome.
I'm now looking for a vote to go into closed session for discussion and/or action regarding those items of business exempt from open meetings under general laws of Rhode Island, RIGL 42-46-5, A1, A2, A4, A8, and A9. Made by Ms. Backus.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Hazelwood and Mr. Testa. All those in favor? Aye, we're in closed session. time is now 7 p.m. I call to order the Tuesday, August 13th, 2024 Warwick School Committee meeting. I look for a return to open session. At this moment, I'm looking for a motion to seal the minutes of executive session. Made by Ms. Backus. Seconded by Mr. Testa. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. There were no votes taken in executive session. Part G of our agenda is public comment on agenda items. Individual comments will be respectfully limited to 3 minutes per person, with public comments not to exceed 45 minutes. Though the content of comments will not be restricted, it is the hope of this committee that citizens, committee members, and the administration alike will be respectful of each other's right to speak, tolerant of different points of views, and mindful of everyone's time. This public comment period is for agenda items only. A second public comment period is available later in the meeting for all other topics or concerns. Members of the public are permitted to speak during both public comment periods. Speakers are asked to state their names for the record.
Hello, my name is Darlene Netko. I'm a lifelong resident of Warwick, a homeowner, a taxpayer, a voter, a graduate of Warwick Public Schools. I am an English teacher starting my 37th year in the classroom. Thank you, Gina. And I'm president of the Warwick Teachers Union. One of the agenda items about which I would like to speak is the kiln room that will go into, one will go into Windman and one will go into Vets. And I thank everyone for finally getting the kiln rooms up and running. I see there is an accelerated time frame. The goal is to have them opened by September 18th. And once they are opened, I would like a plan to be put in place for the high school students to be able to have their work fired in these kilns, and for the elementary students. We have a number of elementary art teachers who have made ceramics an integral part of their curriculum over the years. And suddenly last year, everybody had to stop making ceramics, and it is, I know the art teachers themselves have written and have spoken about how relevant the study of ceramics is to modern life, and just the tactile experience of working with clay is important for the kids too, and of course having their work fired and either taken home to have a place of honor in the home or displayed in our schools. If you go to our schools, you frequently see the students' ceramic work up. Many of our elementary schools in particular have mosaics on the walls that students have created. So thank you for getting the kiln rooms finally up and running, and let's make provisions for both elementary and high school students to be able to have their work fired. And then the other agenda item rather, is the reorganization of the administration. I'm very curious about the Executive Director of Accountability, Compliance, Technology, and Innovation position. So I will be interested to hopefully hear a presentation about what this position is, what it entails, and how much, if it's been budgeted, and if it hasn't, how much extra money would have to go into making it a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public wishing to comment? Any other members of the public wishing to comment? Any other members of the public wishing to comment? Seeing none, public comment on agenda items is now ended. On to recommended actions, routine matters. Looking for approval of minutes of public session, July 9, 2024.
So moved.
Made by Ms. Backus.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Testa and Ms. Hazelwood. All those in agreement? Aye. Motion passes. Approval of minutes of executive session, July 9, 2024.
So moved.
Made by Mr. Testa. I'll second it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Approval of transfers, August 13th, 2024.
So moved.
Made by Ms. Backus.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Testa. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Approval of warrants, August 13th, 2024.
So moved.
Motion made by Ms. Backus.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Testa. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Announcements, personnel as presented, Ms. Ruggieri.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the school committee. Tonight, I do have a lengthy list. I have warned you in advance, but it's all good stuff. We have many people to welcome to the district. But first, requiring a vote, we do have one retirement. We bid farewell to Michaela Amaral, elementary teacher. She's been with Warwick for 25 years, in state for 3, for a total of 28 years of service.
Looking for a motion to approve the retirement is presented, made by Ms. Backus, seconded by Ms. Hazelwood. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye, motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. We have a few resignations which also require a vote. Molly Clark, school psychologist at Sherman and Wyman Elementary Schools. Jill Caruso, math interventionist at Lippett Elementary School. Patricia Lombardi, library media specialist at Holloman and Norwood Elementary Schools. And Shelley Howe, teacher assistant at Oakland Beach. We wish them well.
Looking for a motion to approve
So
the
moved.
resignations as presented, made by Ms. Backus,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Hazelwood. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
We're good?
Aye. We're good. Aye.
That's a 4-0, Ms. Tedeschi.
And finally, our courtesy announcements for our new hires that we welcome to Warwick. First off, we have Catherine Lucas, English teacher at Tollgate High School. Annie Mendillo, grade 1 teacher at Sherman Elementary School. Molly Began, grade 3 teacher at Oakland Beach Elementary School. Adam Valletta, electrical trades teacher at Career Center. Emily Whiting, middle school English teacher at Veterans Middle School. Matthew Paquette, general music teacher at Windman Middle School. Brenna Reeves, general music teacher at Sherman and Norwood and Scott Elementary Schools. Kristen Ripley McNamara, librarian at Sherman Park Elementary. Nicholas Andriozzi, middle school science at Veterans Middle School. Mark Behe, middle school science at Veterans Middle School. Julianne Shaw, general music teacher at Lippett Scott Elementary School. Caitlin Mora, primary AAP classroom teacher at Lippett Elementary. Katja Tamalia, primary AAP classroom teacher at Cedar Hill Elementary School. Carly Albanesa, health occupations teacher at Career Center. Joshua Macera, phys ed health teacher at Wyman, Lippett, and Norwood. Mark Souza, phys ed APE health at Cedar Hill and Sherman. Dustin Landy, cybersecurity Cisco networking at Career Center. Brian Morey, tech ed teacher at Pilgrim High School. Sally Cascione, secondary special educator at Windman Middle School. Allison Place, secondary special educator at Windman Middle School. Jeremy Lavena, school psychologist at Warwick Neck and Park Elementary Schools. Melissa Bloomrose, a one-year-only MLL teacher at Holloman and Hoxie. Lindsay Sweet, math interventionist at Robertson Elementary School. Jessica Ingrenfitz, secondary special educator at Windman Middle School. Amanda Bean, athletic trainer at Tollgate High School. Haley Oliver, health office secretary at Tollgate High School. Christopher Ram, night custodian at Windman Middle School. And Despina Dyko, assistant principal of teaching and learning at Veterans Middle School. Thank you for engaging. As I read all those names, we welcome everyone, wish them well, and we're here for anybody that needs help. And if anyone is here tonight, please stand so we can welcome you.
I'm looking for a motion to approve the appointments and assignments as presented.
So moved.
Made by Ms. Backus,
Second?
seconded by Ms. We're good on that?
No votes necessary.
Any comments then? I've got a comment.
Go ahead.
First,
Give us the comment.
yeah. First, I just want to welcome everybody to the district. Secondly, commend Ms. Ruggieri and her entire department. That's a lot of hirings in the summer here. So they've certainly been very busy, and then they've had a lot of moving parts in general with, changes in class sizes and all other moving parts throughout the district. So, Ms. Ruggieri, please give my best to your entire department and tell them thank you very much.
Will do, thank you.
And then last but not least, I think it's important to note that this would be the third Began to work for Warwick Public Schools, so at one point and another. So welcome along. Mr. Ruggieri, anything else? That's it? Okay, you yield. At this time, we're going on to donations and correspondences. The first donation, elementary sensor bins valued at $15,000. A very generous individual by the name of Jean Muto Kyle donated 100 bins valued at $150 each. So a very special and tremendous thank you to Jean Muto Kyle for that kind donation. And there was another donation of school supplies from Linda Wagner to Norwood Elementary. So some Norwood Knights benefiting school supplies from Miss Linda Wagner. So thank you to those kind individuals that donated to our school district. We're on to Section J, adoption of policies. If my colleagues have no issue with it, I'm going to look to batch two of these together and remove one of them for tabling. So I would be looking for you guys to accept IGDF, student fundraising activities, and policy ECA, building and grounds safety and security, as one vote.
So moved.
Made by
Second.
Mr. Testa, seconded by Ms. Backus. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion's pass 4-0. And I would be looking to make a motion to table policy ACA, final rule, Title IX, policy and grievance procedures.
So moved.
Made by Ms. Backus,
Second?
seconded by Ms. Hazelwood. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Ms. Tedeschi, you got all that? Fantastic. On to new business. First item, discussion presentation, Learn 365, Vacation Club, end of year, June 2024. Ms. Cousineau, we're coming down there to hang out with you?
Yes, please.
Cool.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the school committee, and others. I'm so excited to bring you this presentation. I apologize, it is about a month overdue, but we were waiting for all the data to be disaggregated before we could present you with this amazing information. First, I have some huge thank yous to go out. We want to thank Lara over at the Boys and Girls Club, the CEO, because without her participation, this wouldn't be possible, and all the amazing staff that she has over there. And then for the summer work, which this isn't about the summer work today, but I do want to recognize this Thursday will be the last day of the summer work. So I have a very short list. Lori Sheridan, Joan Mullen, Dawn Robinson, Julie Pizzulo, Kaylee Cooper, Caitlin Schwenard, Christine Rahill, Caitlin Riley, Catherine LeDuc, Melissa O'Neill, Jean Rinaldo, Aaron Giuliani, Trish Gervasini, Caitlin Schwenard, oh, I think she got on there twice, sorry, Allison O'Donnell, Lynn Tate Wojan, Dawn Robinson, Lisa Knapp, Jean Rinaldo, Kaylee Lemieux, and Sam Fagan. So thank you to those ladies who have given up time this summer to support our students. We've had really great partnership. Again, most of you may have heard that the governor is a Boys and Girls Club kid himself, and so this is part of the Learn 365 grant. And this summer and all year long, we got a chance to work with the Norwood Boys and Girls Club. We did host a tutoring portion of the program. It was 2 times a week from November to June. We started with 8 students and we rotated them out as they gained some necessary skills. We did use the iReady data from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. Because it is grant funded, we like to have some proof that the program is working. And thanks to Kathy Gillette and Jill Caruso, because they took care of the whole program this year with the Boys and Girls staff. So thank you to them. And when you see the data, you'll be as excited as I am, although I can't pull it off like Dr. Schultz. We did vacation clubs this year. We did December, February, and April. So while many folks are enjoying their time off, some of these folks on this list are working over at the Boys and Girls Club. We had 2 rooms with K and 1 students. We had 2 rooms with grades 2 and 3 students. And we had 2 rooms with grades 4 and 5 students. Anywhere from 8 to 20 students were in the rooms, and some paraprofessionals from the club supported them as well. Also a shout out to Carol Maloney, because she orders all the supplies and helps with payroll as well. So drum roll, please. Here's what you've been waiting for. The Holloman School students, we had 13 Holloman students throughout the vacations, and 9 of those 13 ended the year on what we consider green for all of you playing at home. BOY, beginning of year, middle of year, end of year. ELA is on the left, math is on the right, and you can see where some of the students start the year in yellow or in red, and by the end of the year, they are in a solid yellow or green. In totality, Holloman raised their ELA scores by in just this group of 13, went up by 17.45 percentage points, and in math they went up over 10 percentage points. So congrats to our Holloman lucky 13. Excuse me. Hoxie School, excuse me. Hoxie School is same but different. 14 students from Hoxie School received services over the 3 vacations. And again, the greens represent being on or above grade level, and we had 8 students. Again, it's really about reflecting what's on the left and then looking about what's on the right. So if you can see a red kiddo go up to yellow or even up to green, you know those are like amazing growths. And then staying and consistently being at green throughout the year is sort of kind of where the sweet spot where we'd like them to be. So over 7 percentage points in reading and over 5 percentage points in math. So way to go, Hoxie Hawks. The students at Norwood School, we had 12 participants over the vacations, and again, the same but different. They went up almost 10 points in ELA and almost 8 points in math. So again, those Norwood Knights are moving along. And Wyman, we had 9 Wyman students participate in the vacation programs, almost 13 points in ELA and almost 8 points in math. So as you can see, the program is working. It is well worth our time, energy, and effort to support our students with these types of programs. And in case you didn't hear at the last meeting, but we got the grant. I'll let Mr. Heatherton give me a quick shout. The dollar amount was about $300,000. I didn't hear a shout, but it was about $300,000. So what will happen now is that the summer we will be able to continue these 4 sessions that we do. The tutoring will continue with the help of the 21st Century Learning Grant for Oakland Beach. That will continue next year. The vacation clubs will continue December, February, and April of next year. And we're looking to move from 1 summer session at Norwood to 2 summer sessions between Norwood and Oakland Beach with the 2 different grants for next year. I hope I got all that right, but Mr. Heatherton's nodding, so I think I got it. So again, we have some huge shout outs and huge thank yous. This would not be worthwhile had not all these people kind of stepped up and helped out. And for the families that are listening at home, I know this presentation is not about the summer program that we just did, but if your student participated as one of the 52 students at Norwood this summer, they are going to be awarded the certificate of, maybe you can see at home, this certificate of participation. And yes, I'll repeat that, yes, this counts as their summer learning. So try not to lose that, but if you do, it's okay, because I'm gonna let your principal know anyway. So thank you very much. Short and sweet. I think she said yes because
Thank you, Ms. Cusino. Any comments from members of the committee? Nicely done. I would just add, I posted online that we were fortunate enough to be a recipient of the Learn 365 grant, and someone asked, I hope, they basically made a statement, I hope you don't spend this money poorly. And I kind of had to hop in and let them know that there's guidelines associated with the spend here and what we can use it for, and really goes to our community partners. And so I just want to thank the Boys and Girls Club of Warwick and everybody that's partnering up with them here at Warwick Public Schools, and those that got us the Learn 365 grant. It's fantastic. We obviously see these kids continue to get an education through the summer, and there won't be that lag when they start the school year. And not that I'm an ultra competitive individual, I will give a shout out to the Hoxie Hawks, but we have 3 schools from the district that I'm fortunate enough to represent, those Hornets from Holloman, the Knights from Norwood, and the Wolves from Wyman. So just great job to all the kids that were involved this year, including those Hawks of Hoxie, and thank you to everybody that worked on this to make this possible for our students.
If I might add one more thing, with the second grant, we'll be able to use the Boys and Girls Club at Oakland Beach next year, and so we'll target some of the other schools that don't visit the Norwood Club. There was 1 or 2 Oakland Beach students this summer, but not enough to collect the data like that. So next year, we'll really be able to see, I think 11 of the 13 schools will be represented.
So I've got to be super competitive next
You
summer
do.
and get all the kids there.
For
Okay.
sure, for sure.
Understood. Thank you.
Thanks. And again, thanks to the teachers for thinking outside the box, all hands-on, all STEM, STEAM, all engaging outside. I mean, it was amazing to see.
Thank you very much. Next, we have discussion update, superintendent update. Superintendent Danbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the school committee. I have a few updates tonight. The first one talks about the high school forum. There'll be a special school committee meeting on Wednesday, August 21st at 6 p.m. at Veterans Middle School. This meeting will focus on the 2 new high schools, so we hope to see you there. The second topic is summer assignments. So we know how important summer assignments are. They help keep students' mind active and prevent that summer slide. These assignments also ensure that students retain knowledge and skills. The first day of school will be here before you know it, so complete them soon. Summer projects, Assistant Superintendent McCaffrey and I have been touring the schools that have summer projects, and we've seen a lot of progress over the summer. I will defer to Director Gothberg for specifics when he does his update. So there'll be a welcome back event. Warwick School Department employees have been doing such a great job focused on SEL for our students. Adults face numerous stressors and also need social and emotional support. This support helps them manage these stresses and maintains mental well-being. The Warwick School Department is hosting a welcome back event for all employees on August 27th. The event is called Play, Thrive, Revive. I'd like to thank Kristen Murray and her committee, and I just asked Mrs. Murray if she wanted to add any more details to this event.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Danbrook. So we're very excited. This is all sponsored through the grants that we have been awarded through Project Aware and the Trauma-Informed Supports for Schools. So we are hoping to bring all of our Warwick employees together at City Park from 2 to 4 on the 27th to really play, form some strong relationships, and really think about that work-life balance that we know our educators and our students have been struggling through the last few years. So we want to give this opportunity for them to really enjoy themselves and celebrate everything they do. So we're excited to bring that. Thank you, Superintendent.
And this event is being held at City Park. Right. The next thing, a reminder, the first day of school is Thursday, August 29th. It will be here before you know it. And the last thing I want to talk about is the Rhode Island Coaching Grant. This grant supplies the school district money to hire 2 instructional coaches for Veterans Middle School and Windman Middle School. The goal is to initiate a cycle of continuous employment improvement in ELA and writing. Each school conducted an item analysis using the RICAS results to determine the areas of need. I would like to thank Paul Heatherton and Lisa Schultz for working on this grant. It's wonderful, and the coaches will be working with teachers, but the students will also benefit from their coaching. So thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Danbrook. Any comments from members of the committee? I just have one to make. So again, back to those on social media, some comments were made. Why would you schedule a forum on the new high schools on the same evening as orientations for some of the middle schools and the high schools? The explanation is very simple. Obviously, as we get closer and closer to the start of school, and then when we eclipse the start of school, there's a lot of events going on. So there realistically wasn't going to be a great day for us to host this event. Soon we'll have open houses, elementary school kickoff events, fall sports, all to contend with, and much more. Plus, we have an election day coming up, a primary election on September the 10th. Here's a shameless plug to register to vote and get out there to the polls. And then we also have our regular school committee meeting the following evening on September the 11th at 6 p.m. with the regular open session at 7 p.m. So there were a lot of events for us to kind of start to contend with, and we didn't want to go too far out to October because that's hopefully when our OPM, who will be speaking here very shortly, left field, will kind of be able to give you a little bit more information on one of the other schools that's lagging a little bit behind because of how they're scheduling things. So that's how we ultimately landed on August 21st. But good news, the event, courtesy of these great guys down here, will be live streamed and recorded. So if you can't physically attend, you'll be able to do exactly what you're doing right now and watch from the comfort of your home. And if you have a scheduling conflict, you'll be able to go home and sit there and watch it on television in the evening if you like that kind of stuff. So that's my only remark on the high school forum, just to put some people at ease and give some background to the rationale behind the selection of that date. Next item, item 3, discussion update, FY 2025 monthly financial report and year-end review. Mr. Bowl.
Good evening. This is the first financial fiscal report for fiscal year 25, so it's only 1 month of activity. You'll see that the expenses are relatively low, obviously, for fiscal year 25. So far, we've only spent about $3.82 million, which is mostly salary and compensation. We're still continuing to close the books for fiscal year 24. We'll provide more updates as we get close to final financial statements for fiscal year 24.
Thank you, Mr. Bull. Any comments from members of the committee?
No lunch, that isn't that
There's no lunch then on here, so I have nothing to say.
Also, I think that including the lunch fund balance and seeing it grow over time sends the wrong message to parents and families who do end up paying their lunch balances. And I think it sheds a negative light on our food services department, which does a very good job of coordinating our food services. It gives off the appearance that they may not be doing their job, but it's not necessarily solely their responsibility to collect on the lunch fund. So that was intentional. I will say that the lunch fund balance actually declined over the past month. It's at $299,000, so it's lower than last month. But that information's always available if anybody wants it. I just think it's important to highlight why it was removed.
I have no problem with your rationale, Mr. Bull.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Bull. Agenda item 4, discussion update, bond project status update. Mr. Gothberg.
Good evening, everyone. As we get to the end of the summer, things always get tight with these construction projects. I'd like to preface my report by saying 3 of these projects really should take 6 months. That's the timeline that the Greenwood project, the Warwick Neck project, and even the green building should take at least 3 months. But the other two really are 6 months projects that we're doing in 7 weeks. I'd like you to think about that. We're jamming that amount of work into 7 weeks. So when people say, why aren't you done with 2 weeks to go? That's why. They're very, very difficult projects. So that being said, as we move forward here, Greenwood interior ductwork is complete except for some branches as the ceilings go in. The ceilings are going in now. Actually, we have a crew in there working till 8 o'clock tonight, putting up ceiling grid. Rhode Island Energy is installing a new gas service today. Rhode Island Energy will be in on Friday to switch over the new electrical service to the higher amp service. Rooftop units are installed, electrical connections are being made now. Control work is well underway. We have 3 fire sprinkler locations that need to be rerouted to accommodate some duct work. That's being done tomorrow. Facilities is in cleaning classrooms under very difficult conditions, and I thank that team for doing that. They do a heck of a job. We got people working all the time. We've got construction going around. They're cleaning classrooms around corridors, so it's going. Expectations are at Greenwood that moving contents back will start the middle of next week, and teachers will be let in as their rooms are loaded with the contents from the trailers that are over at Robertson. Oakland Beach, we need a new gas service there, and that happens on Friday. Contents have been moved back. Teachers should be allowed back into the classroom shortly, if not already. Punch list items and test and balancing of the new HVAC system is underway. Window installation, as we discussed before, to start 8/20, 8/21. That's going to be a delivery on 8/19, so the next day or the day after, windows will start going in. Installation will start of those windows on first shift until school starts, and then we'll move to second shift and Saturdays after the 29th. Classroom book shelving looks to start on about September 9th. This will give time for the window installation to move ahead as it's slower, and for a smooth, continuous installation of those bookshelves after they start. There is additional work. The facade brick replacement will start shortly after tonight's anticipated approval by the school committee. The front of the building will be fenced off for safety, and additional safety and protection measures will be put in place as the contractor moves across the front of the building. Warwick Neck toilet room ADA work is near completion. I'm hoping end of the week that should be done. This is probably the most difficult project with the erection of the elevator shaft. The elevator companies are always not difficult, but they march to their own tune, put it that way. So we've had a couple of hits there where they've wanted additional items. So the way it's going to work is that site work will continue right up until 8/28, because of the elevator work that's going on, that shaft going up. And we're going to ask teachers come in the Rocky Point Avenue side of the building and park in that cul-de-sac, and they can come down that side of the building and park closer to the front if needed. But they can start coming in shortly as the building is clean and work their way in that way. But there will be elevator work going on at least until the middle of September, more than likely the end of September. I don't see any way around that. But it'll be relatively quiet work, but it'll be contained in the elevator shaft. And after they bring in the cab, then there's some doors that are going to have to be put in after hours. We're going to have some temporary closure of the openings for those doors. The green building, ADA toilet room renovations should be completed by the middle of next week. Fire alarm work is ongoing and should be completed by the end of next week. ADA openers and exterior doors should be should be delivered 8/19, which means there's about 4 or 5 days work of that going on. But we've talked to RIAA, and they can start moving their contents into the rooms and setting things up. Teachers' lunchroom work, oh, that's the wrong one. That goes with Warwick Neck, I apologize. Holloman, contents have been moved to the Gorton building. Abatement and demolition will start, we're looking probably the last week of August. That's what we're looking at, going that. And the Welk Playground will be completed before the start of school. We've had a couple setbacks with rain. We had a couple washouts. Pavement starts tomorrow, and the last piece will be the dreaded poured-in-place rubber flooring, rubber surfacing. Happy to answer any questions.
Any comments for Director Gothberg? Seeing none?
All right, thank you.
Next item on the agenda, item number 5, discussion update, high school project update, Mr. Gothberg and left field.
Mr. Spiegel will be taking care of this.
Good evening, members of the committee. Chris Spiegel with Left Field. I have a couple important milestones that I'd like to pass along to the committee. The first being that all of our enabling work that has been required for Tollgate in terms of the CTC building there will be complete by the end of this week. That was a very fast turnaround. We want to thank Dimeo Construction for turning it around so quickly. As this committee is aware, we did shift, we did not remove, but we shifted program from the new building into the CTC building in order to maximize value and make sure that you're staying on budget and on time. Doing so required some enabling work to happen this summer, including underground utilities and other items like that. Dimeo did a fantastic job with a very, very tight schedule, and we're open for, we're going to be open on time, cleaned, everything will be ready to go. Inspections are next week, so big kudos to Dimeo and the design team for getting those documents turned around so quickly. As Steve mentioned with his projects, getting work done over summers has become more and more difficult as time has gone by. The second milestone I would like to pass along to the group is we did hold 2 meetings with RIDE on the Pilgrim School. The first was our second page turn. As this committee is aware, we did have a previous page turn on July 11th where RIDE came back to us wanting to see some changes to the design. We incorporated those changes, went back to RIDE and let RIDE was very, very impressed and very happy with the way that the design has been progressing. And furthermore, Steve was at this meeting with RIDE on budget. We received some very high praise from Dr. De Silva on how we are maintaining budget in this very difficult project climate right now. That is not to say that we don't have more difficult conversations ahead. I know I'm becoming a broken record on this, but we are doing incredibly well with the current market conditions we're in, and that's a credit to the entire team. In terms of actual work that's moving forward outside of the construction enabling work, we continue to work with consultants to gather more information on the sites, especially at Tollgate, dealing with the ledge and other environmental conditions. We are continuing to make progress on the website, and we are also continuing to make progress on the presentation that we have scheduled for the 21st. We are preparing an interactive presentation so that the community really can get a better understanding. You know, at first when we heard the committee's decision to post this, we had some reservations, but now looking back, you know, we really think that this is an opportunity for us to present what we currently have, not only in the interest of transparency, but we have heard your concerns that in the absence of us making this presentation, people are only seeing snippets of items and they're drawing their own conclusions, which if we had an opportunity to probably explain either the logical thought process or even something as simple as, we don't see this on the plan, it must not be there, when really it's, oh, you're just not looking on the right place on the plan for it. So we're hoping that by this 21st meeting on Pilgrim, we'll be able to sort of assuage some people's concerns and fears about the project. That being said, Steve did mention that the project Tollgate is coming along later for, sorry, that was you, Chairman Gallagher, is coming along a little bit later. That is not to say that that project is not on schedule. It's just we're staggering the work that needs to be done, and that required a pretty significant redesign. As you all know, that the site at Tollgate is incredibly difficult. Site work is by far the most expensive part of a project that nobody sees, right? Underground plumbing, ledge removal, these things nobody sees, but they are probably the most expensive part of the project. So by able to pivot and asking the design team to pivot and relook at their design in order to help us make budget, that's why they're a few weeks behind. We have cost estimates are going to the construction tomorrow. So we remain on that revised schedule that we set forward. I know that we have a presentation to give you today. We would like to, if there's any specific questions on our current progress prior to us getting into the presentation, I'd be happy to take them now.
Any comments for Mr. Spiegel from left field? Questions, concerns? Yes, Mr. Testa.
Thank you. Mr. Spiegel, to be complimented by Joe De Silva is no small feat, or Dr. De Silva. He's a tough judge. He's a tough person to deal with, and he has extremely high standards. And when you said that he was very pleased with the progress of the work so far, I think is a testament to you and everyone involved in the project. So he doesn't dole out those compliments lightly.
So 100% a team effort. I have a fantastic team supporting me. John Bates is the lead for the Pilgrim School. John is dropping off his daughter at college. He couldn't be here tonight, but I'd like to publicly recognize his efforts. He's been absolutely excellent, and the best news about this Joe De Silva is he's going to pick another project now to stick his beak into and to really focus on. So let him worry about Pawtucket. If he stays off us here in Warwick, we're all the better for it. So.
Any other comments? Ms. Hazelwood.
I just have a question. I don't know if I should wait until the forum, or are you comfortable with
So
questions?
I'm comfortable taking a question now, and if it's maybe something better answered by the presentation, I'll just.
I just have questions coming to me from members of the community. So I'd like to ask them.
Okay.
How many people can fit into the gymnasium? How many people?
So people can fit in, so there are 810 seats in the
Okay.
gym, but the gym itself is 9,400 square feet, so it's bigger than this room. So you can fit easily the entire school.
We had to
inside.
set up chairs, say, for an assembly, a whole school assembly. How many chairs could we set up?
Off the top of my head, but you could set up all the chairs you needed. I don't know the exact
I'm
number
sorry,
off the top
what?
of my head. You could set up all the chairs that you would need. It's a very large space.
1,200? Maybe 1,200?
Yeah, so to get 1,200, you just have another 300 seats, because we have 800.
Do you have bleachers in the gym? For
Yes,
seven-
810 seats in the bleachers.
And then, so we would always be able to have a full assembly in the gym.
100%, yes.
That's wonderful.
Okay.
Next question. How many seats in the auditorium?
The auditorium is currently tracking at 742 at this moment. Schematic design still obviously can change. We're working on ways to see if we can fit additional seats into the auditorium. But right now, it's 720. We're going to call it 720 because I'm getting my numbers mixed up a little bit.
How does that compare to this gymnasium? This auditorium, sorry.
I am unsure. I don't have the specifications.
Mr. McCaffrey?
This
Do
is,
you know how many
yeah,
seats
this
you
is
have?
one of the largest in the district. I do know that.
What's that?
Our directive from the principals was to be able to sit the entire population in 2 sittings. So we can do that easily.
So, okay. These are the questions.
Yeah,
that
no.
I'm getting. So
And I think
just
you're
wanna
highlighting why
bring
this August 21st meeting is
transparency up.
important. Yeah,
Okay, the designs look beautiful. They look beautiful.
that's them, not me. Nothing to
Yeah.
do with that.
They really do. And our buildings are such a mess. Our high schools are such a mess. This is very hopeful to look at these. Brings a lot of hope. I just want to, I said it before and I'll say it again. I want us to get as close to what we presented to the public as possible.
And we're working very hard to make sure that happens. It's, yeah.
You know what, Mr. Spiegel? I'm believing you're going to make it happen. I really am.
So again, 1,000% a team effort. I have 5 people from left field who work on this project with me. We have 2 separate architecture firms that are,
Okay.
everybody is working together. If I can leave this meeting with one thing, the only way a project of this magnitude in this construction environment is successful is if everybody is rowing on the same direction. We all need to keep supporting each other and bringing each other up and reacting with pragmatism to changes in the design. And so far, everybody has been doing that, and We thank everyone for their support. That's
So
the
at
bottom
any
line.
point, what I'm looking at, it could change.
So the educational programming spaces are all there for this. So what you're seeing there. Now, the location and of certain spaces inside the building can change. And then we need to take a look at budget. And we need to say, so I want to be clear about this. So currently, we are on budget because we have enough contingency to support everything that we're showing you. And I want to draw the conclusion to Newport. Many of you are aware of the current situation in Newport with the schools there. That is an example of not carrying enough contingency into a project. Because contingency is specifically there for unknowns. So it's stuff that we can't see. So it's additional ledge, unsuitable soils. And that's exactly what happened in Newport, is they ran into unsuitable soils that cost millions of dollars to clean up. And because they had not managed their contingency correctly, they are now over budget. So our job is to keep a contingency and release that contingency back into the project. So if things aren't on the design now, or by our next phase, if we have requested that this committee and the school building committee make difficult decisions about what we could add back into the project later, that's how we will do it. So once I get past having everything in the ground, once I get my steel up, I'll have a much better idea of the budget number that I can return back for my contingency, and we can start adding things back into the project. As of the current date, we have value managed over 160 items on these projects. That is substantial, and we have not cut educational programming space to date. So I want to be clear about where we are on that, and that what you see today, what you see in 2 months, and then what eventually is built at the end of it are going to be 3 different things, because as we release contingency back into the project, we can add things back into the project. So like an example is we currently have a press box at the football field, right? We know that's very important. We have a press box there. Is there the potential later on in the project to add an additional press box for the softball, baseball fields, right? Those are the things that can be added in at the end of the project when I can release money back to you. It is, you guys have hired Left Field to manage your budget, manage the quality of the construction, and manage the schedule of the project. And in doing those 3 things, it is with prudence that we hold contingency to the tune of, right now, $7 million on Pilgrim alone, so that we can get through these difficult parts of the project and then say to you, guess what, we didn't need it. Here's it all back. But I'd rather say...
Safe than sorry.
Exactly. Thank you. I should have just said that instead of going into this long-winded conversation.
It's all right, but this is important information. This is information that the public wants. They want us to just be upfront about things. You're doing that, so I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And also, you know, I am here before meetings. If anybody wants to talk to me on a one-on-one basis, I'm more than happy to take time. Me and the coach are becoming pretty good friends now, I think. So if you have any questions from anybody in the room, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sure. And you guys ready?
Anyone else, any comments on this?
Sorry.
We have just one item in between. Mr. Spiegel, I have some comments regarding the high schools, but I'm going to hold them for
Sorry, it's not
the
the next agenda
presentation.
item. It's a few agenda items down. I apologize.
Don't worry about it. Next one should be pretty quick. Any other comments here on agenda item 5? Seeing none. Agenda item number 6, discussion action, bid award number 24-0021, new kiln rooms, veterans and women middle schools. Mr. Gottberg.
Okay, attached to you in your packet, you have the bid tabulations from submitted from the July 9th, 2024 school committee approved bid release for bid number 24-0021. We did a mandatory pre-bid walkthrough, and the bids did come in. We did a bid review. And we had 2 bids. J.G. Edwards was $168,000 low bid. Marin Construction was high at $198,500. So we also had a $125,000 budget. Design cost $29,000. So we are $72,000 over budget on this, even with the low bid. So I put this in front of you for your discussion, for your approval, whatever you guys want to do with this. So.
Looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Made by Ms. Backus,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Testa. Any discussion?
I just have a comment.
Ms. Hazelwood.
Where will the money come from?
I will let Mr. Bowl answer that.
So I would start by saying that fiscal year 25 is going to be our first full year without the federal funding that we've received over the past couple years in terms of ESSER dollars and things like that. It's going to be an extremely tight fiscal year. This is one example of an expense that I'm not, there is no good answer in terms of which account are we going to pull the dollars from. We've shown a trend over the past couple years of being over budget on salary. We need to start to rein that in over the next couple years. And so I really, just off the top of my head, I don't have a good budget account that we can pull dollars from in order to fund that expense. There are other considerations. There's programming, et cetera, that is outside the scope of my role. But from a fiscal perspective, I do not see anywhere in the budget that we can actually pull these funds from.
Any other comments? I
Mr.
have one. Oh,
Go ahead. I was just going to ask Mr. Heatherton, is there grant money available out there for such things?
I'll look into it.
Okay. Because I really don't like to take away from the programming. I really don't, especially in this area.
any other comments? I would just remark that I think it's essential that we get these kilns operational back in the middle school. So I'm glad that we're still working through this process. With the new high schools, we'll have compliant kiln rooms. I know we had during public comment, why did you get rid of all kilns across the district? Well, initially it was an equity issue because we had to shut down one kiln because it didn't meet code. Then we brought in professionals, experts who evaluated to a fire marshal's notice that these other kilns needed to be brought up to code. So that's how we got here. Obviously the investment into Pilgrim High School's kiln rooms wouldn't be fiscally prudent of us. It wouldn't be wise to invest when we're going to be knocking those buildings down. Mr. Spiegel told me in the next 6 months because he's going to have the next building up that quick. So it doesn't make sense to invest into Pilgrim and their art rooms at this time to get them compliant because of the cost. But I'm glad to see we're doing it at Vets and Windman. And with the additional state aid that was allocated to us, we discussed this at the July, I think it was the July 9th meeting. Do you have the dollar figure? I think we put roughly a couple $100,000 aside, some of which we were putting towards the green project, and some of which we were going to just kind of keep on reserve, I believe, for kind of incidentals or things of this matter.
There was an amount that was also added to building improvements, but specifically for tennis courts to Vets.
Yeah.
We don't have any sort of quote or anything related to the work at the tennis court at Vets, for the tennis courts at Vets. So that account is not necessarily over budget at this point, so you could technically take some funds from there, but it might limit the scope of what you're able to do with the tennis courts later on down the line.
Yeah, no, I believe in the amounts. I wish I could pull it up here. I believe in the amounts that we allocated in the additional state aid during that July 9th meeting. We agreed that there was going to be funds that were being put towards the green building renovations. Funds were being put towards the tennis courts. we used a conservative, at Vets, we used a conservative figure of 250, correct?
That's correct, yeah, yeah.
And then I believe we put some funds towards salary line,
So the
correct?
Yeah. So from my memory, I believe we allocated 350K to the green building improvements, 250K to the tennis court improvements here at Vets, and the remainder, which was about $264,000, something along those lines, was allocated to salaries.
Great. Yeah, so of that 863,000, I'm hoping that we can find the difference here for the kiln project within that. Otherwise, you know, to my colleague's point during that meeting, I think that we should be able to find roughly $75,000 in a $189 million budget.
Yeah,
I know funds are tight, but you know, that's our job is just to say we want these kilns. One thing that I was very proud about with this entire committee is that historically, you know, decades ago, the thing to do was to cut programs if money was tight here in Warwick. Just get rid of it, cut it, reduce it. And I was happy to see that, you know what, we said, let's get in compliance, let's invest into it. We see the value in the arts. So certainly we still have a long ways to go to address the elementary level, but at least this is a start, and the new high schools will address it at the high school level. So thank you. Any other comments?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Gothberg, we did some work with J.G. Edwards, right? I think they did work for us at Park. We were very, very pleased with the quality of their work.
Right, and this is a right-sized project for them, and, you know, this would not be complete before the start of school, so part of this and part of the cost is working second shift.
Okay.
To do this work.
Yeah, as far as the $72,000, I would agree with the chair. I mean, it's a $189 million budget. It's the first month of the fiscal year. You know, I'm confident in your abilities, Mr. Bowl, to between now and the end of the fiscal year, we'll make this work. But you know, I mean, this isn't a luxury. It's not a want. It's really a need. So, and this isn't the first time this district has come across instances like this. And nobody likes to run a deficit. No one does. But at the end of the year, at the end of the day, if this school department were at a $72,000 deficit on a $190 million budget, it's not the worst thing in the world. We're not talking about $720,000, which is a different kettle of fish. So, but that's it. Thank you.
Any other comments from members of the committee? Any other discussions on kettles of fish? Never heard that one.
Never heard that? I'm aging myself.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Agenda item number 7, discussion action, Pilgrim Stage 3, ride schematic design submission. Mr. Gothberg in left field.
Okay, at the Building Committee on August 7th, the committee in left field discussed the Pilgrim Stage 3 ride schematic design submission by a vote of 8-0. The Building Committee voted to approve the submission to ride. We asked the school committee to approve the submission of the schematic design to ride. We will now give the presentation.
Respectfully, I'd also like to just recognize we have the councilman from Ward 5, Councilman Lattiser, in attendance this evening. So.
I am. Okay. We good? All right. Good evening, again, everyone. I'm pleased to present to you this evening the Warwick Public Schools Comprehensive High School schematic design set, as we plan on submitting to the Rhode Island Department of Education as part of our Stage 3. This is the first of 3 submissions to the Rhode Island Department of Education. The first is schematic design, the second is what we call design development, and the third is construction documentation. At each one of these checkpoints, we go to RIDE, but more importantly, we also come back to you, this committee, and to the public, to show how the design has evolved. It is an inevitability that the design will change from what we are showing you today to what is eventually constructed. I have said that multiple times. And the reason for that is, as projects get further designed, we have more meetings with more stakeholders, we have more information about the site, more information about the budget, the current construction market, all of these sorts of things, the constructability. So the design will change. However, what you're seeing today is mostly what you're going to be seeing in 4 months or so. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to the architectural team responsible for the schematic design that we have this evening. It's SOM Architecture, led by Principal Ed Bourget and lead designer Katie Kernizan. Sorry. I screwed that up pretty badly. I apologize.
That's why I had you do it.
I know.
Maiden name Davis, so.
Amy Davis.
There you go. All right. I'll go do this the right way. Perfect. So thank you for having me. Looking forward to sharing what we have so far. So a little content, we'll be looking at the planning evolution, so kind of where we started and where we are now. In schematic design after value management, so that's a key item I wanted to point out. We're going to look at some 3D diagrams and user feedback and 3D views and the site plan. So just a reminder, I think many of you has seen this diagram. This is a high-level bubble diagram speaking to adjacencies for the spaces in the building. This was developed during visioning, and this was district approved. Some of the key features from this diagram included these small learning communities, which are the sort of multicolored clusters that you see up there. Those are interdisciplinary, so it's the idea, the 21st century learning notions of having science labs next to CTC, next to math, et cetera. And then some of the other key features are having a central media center, the central hub of the dining commons, having a forward-facing auditorium that's next to the public entrance, and having a gymnasium space that's adjacent to the sports fields. Since then, it evolved in stage 2, where we developed the model school concept diagram. This was RIDE approved. Dr. De Silva was very excited about this diagram. And some of the key planning features that emphasize visioning were that we established those small learning communities as 3 learning wings to the east. Those are organized along this central spine in orange that you can see kind of going top to bottom in the center of the building. And then towards the west side, towards the left, are some of the more public programming, the gymnasium on axis with the center of that spine, and the auditorium towards the front, which is at the bottom there. And then you can see some of those hatched line areas. That's sort of a representation of vertical transparency, which is a notion in 21st century learning about connecting spaces both horizontally but also vertically. So this is a 2-story building, so you'll see some of those moments in later slides. And then one other item to note are the outdoor learning spaces sort of carved in between those learning wings on the east side. And it's going to take a second to load, likely. There's a lot of information on this plan, so that's why I think it's taking a second to load, but we'll give it a minute. We can also come back to it, but here we go. So now you can see where we are during schematic design, stage 3, again, post-value management. So you can see how there has been a very clean evolution from that bubble adjacency diagram to the model school concept diagram to now this floor plan. So some of the key features here related to programming are, again, you can see that central spine running north-south through the center of the building. That not only houses circulation, but it also houses those central hubs, the dining commons in dark yellow and the learning commons, which is basically a library, in the light yellow in the center there. It also links the 2 school entrances, so the public entry to the south, closer to Pilgrim Parkway, and the more school-dedicated entry to the north, where there's some parking. You can see the 3 small learning communities to the right, to the east. This is the first floor. There's 3 stacked on top of those. And you can see the multicolors for the programs contain the different types of curriculum within each of those. And then I have some views of that later on, so you can see it's sort of in eye level. On the top northwest, there's a 4th learning wing, so that one houses on the first floor the high bay spaces, so it was a clean way to kind of organize some of the CTC spaces that require high bay. The gym is still on axis with the center of the commons, that spine that runs in the middle. And it is in line with the outdoor fitness to the west and then the sports fields beyond that. There is still that prominent auditorium massing to the south, adjacent to the public entrance in light pink, and some of the music program that's associated with that. Within the first floor, you can see sort of a chunk of green towards the bottom, towards that public entrance. That's representing admin and guidance, and there's some medical there as well. But one of the notions that came up during visioning was to decentralize administration. So while it's centralized there, there's kind of green speckled throughout the plan, which you can see sort of sandwiched between the small learning communities and the commons. So that's meant to be a checkpoint and a visual access for admin overlooking the common spaces, but also creating some security checkpoints as students and people enter those learning communities to keep those even safer. And then within the learning communities themselves, there's teacher planning spaces, so that while these are interdisciplinary and teachers are kind of moving throughout, they have a touchdown space within each. And then it's going to take a second again. On the second floor, it's similar on the east side, on the right side. So basically the idea as a way of maintaining cost is to basically replicate that wing on those wings on the right side there. So really having duplicate structure and mechanical and MEP systems within each of those, so it's just simplifies the cost of each one of those and the floor plans themselves. So you can see the X's within the floor plan, so on the ends of each of those small learning communities, those are open to above, open to below. So in this case, we're on level 2, open to below spaces. And that, again, allows for transparency down to the first floor, connecting the different learning communities and different cohorts, providing equity and sort of visibility throughout the floor plan, kind of brightening and bringing daylight down into those core spaces as well. At this level in purple, above the gym on the left side there, we also have some gym program. So again, bringing gym up to the second floor, and I'll show you a better image of that when we get to the 3Ds. And then connecting that double height of the auditorium up to the second floor. So again, there's equity and access at level 2 to those program spaces. We took very seriously and were excited about meeting with all of the users. So we met with admin and all the departments and staff. And so I'm just going to run through a few highlights from those meetings. within the learning wings. So this is an axon of sort of the end of those learning wings on the east side. This is at level 2, but you can see towards the end on the axon on the right, that opening above to below, and you can also see it right here on the section where that space not only brings visibility and sort of a connection between from level 1 to level 2, but also daylight into some of the core of the learning wings to sort of maximize space and daylighting. You can also see in green those teacher planning space, those touchdown for the teachers here. And just as orientation for each of these next few slides, there's some comments that came up during those meetings sort of at the top there, and then similar views throughout. So the ideas that the users really loved was maximizing daylighting and views, integrating teacher planning, and providing flexible classrooms where we can, kind of maximizing space. For the learning wings, but more dedicated to workshops, again, showing the high bay in the section there. So there's this line of high bay at level 1 with access to the outside for laydown and production outside, bookended by the Studio 107 double height space, and then more traditional classrooms on the top there. You can see some of the sort of shared, we got creative with reducing square footage, but maximizing academic spaces with, scheduling a shared classroom for 2 similar CTC workshop spaces and sharing workshop areas as well. So you can see kind of a typical workshop scenario with the classroom that's adjacent. That was a key element that was requested, as well as, dedicated lockers and maximizing light as well. The auditorium, we again tried to maximize the square footage by providing storage and usable space below the stacked seating connecting to level 2. There was a request for a more internal music program with clear story. So on the left there, you can see the music. I think that's the chorus room with high windows so that we can maximize the wall space for storage and acoustics. And then this is the learning in the dining common. So within that spine in the center, you can see how activated the spine is with these open spaces. One of the key items that came up during these conversations was a place for the students to come, arrive at the school, and have a secure sort of zone so that before the teachers got there, the students had somewhere to go and be safe and sort of zoned within the school. So this area is capable of closing down, and the learning wings can be closed, their doors can be closed, but still this space feels open and inviting, and I think will serve that purpose well. There was a request for the Learning Commons, the library, to have both a social collaborative component, so that's located in that spine, in the double height, as well as some more quiet heads down space. And in addition to that just general desire, there was discussions about when injured students can use that more collaborative, open, dynamic space of Learning Commons when they're not, as an alternative to the gym during PE. So just really trying to listen to all these small components that end up being kind of big moves. And then the gymnasium itself, again, in line on access with the center of the commons, visual connection and physical connection to the sports fields beyond, really maximizing storage. We talked a lot about that elevated track that was once in the design and unfortunately was value managed, and we were able to creatively carve out space with the corridors that loop around the gymnasium and curve the walls and basically provide a demarcation on the floor to sort of establish a walking track within the typical corridor there. And those are both on either side lined with the locker rooms, PE and athletic, and staff spaces. So there's that visual, again, security element. And then the last thing I'll just note on here is that that level 2 program for the gym sort of sits up on top of, right there. So again, connecting to level 2, but also having some dynamic space from above for the fitness, aerobics, wrestling, or dance space overlooking the gymnasium and out beyond. And then I'll just flip through these quickly. We have dining and learning commons on this slide. So on the left side, in view looking inside out and outside in of the dining commons, so kind of providing both outdoor learning as well as some sensory dining for the dining commons. And then on the learning commons, you can see how dynamic those open to above, open to below spaces and the views out to the courtyards beyond. And then you can see on the bottom left, there's that admin access, that visual access as an added security, sort of passive security feature. For the gymnasium and auditorium, on the left is the gymnasium, on the right is the auditorium, obviously, so some views looking in and out there. And then in the learning wings, we have sort of the idea of a lab space overlooking and having a visual out to the commons. And then this is that view I was speaking about at the ends of each of the learning wings, where there's that double height connection, providing daylight into the core of the learning wings and connecting level 1 and level 2, trying to be as simple as possible with the infrastructure there and to be the most cost effective. And then the spaces that are carved out between the small learning communities, how do we activate them with the program that's happening on the inside? So perhaps it's the science classrooms coming out to work in the garden, or the CTC early childhood education in their playground. And then here's the site plan as it stands today. We have the new building to the east, that kind of E-looking form. You can see the dashed kind of red-brown line, that's the existing over the stadium. You can see the blue, it's a little bit hard to read, circulation path for the bus, or sorry, that's the car loop. And then the yellow is the bus loop. So we've accommodated all of the requirements there. And then you can see the stadium on axis with the gym towards the center of the building. That's completely fenced in with the field events as well. We're reusing the annex building towards the southwest for the concessions and the outdoor lockers and toilet rooms. And so that was also a creative cost savings. And then you can see the new softball, baseball, and practice field as well. And then we're actually reusing the 4 tennis courts towards the northwest with the addition of 1 to kind of set up for high school sports, limiting the scope of work and having kind of additional practice area on grass towards the west there. I know that's a lot of information, but that is the end of the presentation. Thank you.
So big thanks to Katie and Ed and the SOM team for preparing that presentation. I think we can all agree that it's an incredibly thoughtful design, and we hope that you agree with a lot of the creative ways that we've tried to maximize value for this project, including, as an example, using the annex as opposed to building a new building for concessions, reusing a part of the school that was slated to be demolished anyway. So those are some of the creative ways the school building committee and the project team has tried to maximize value for the project, and we're happy to take any questions that you all might have.
Any comments for left field or SOM?
You want to start?
Ms. Backus?
I had a question about the tennis courts. Those will all be refurbished, correct?
That is correct. There are 4 that are going to be refurbished, 1 that's built new.
Are they also going to have be set up for pickleball? So they could be dual functioning?
They could be lined, but if you notice, they're right next to several houses, and pickleball can be extremely annoying, so it's something to discuss
heard.
with the neighbors before we do it. That would be my suggestion.
I guess Steve's funeral's tomorrow for that pickleball comment.
They can
Thank
always
you.
play pickleball inside.
Yep. A lot of school districts, at least in my town,
Yeah.
they reline them so it's dual purpose, different color.
Do you yield, Ms. Backus?
I yield.
Great. Any other comments from members of the committee? Ms. Hazelwood?
I'm very impressed with the design. Our schools are a mess. They are a mess. You have no idea unless you've worked in them for 10 years in the high schools. I worked even longer than that, 15. They're a mess. And this makes me very hopeful. And I was saying to Mr. Galligan, his children will have the benefit of these high schools. So keep us on budget so we can get the most we can that looked like what we were shown. But these are beautiful designs.
Thank you, Ms. Hazelwood. All set?
I'm all set.
Mr. Testa?
Thank you. A couple of things. Just to show the constant thinking that goes into this. The annex, reusing the annex and turning that into the concession or whatever. Roughly, what did that save?
$7 million.
$7 million. And I think that idea came from Mr. Iafredi?
It did. It came from your soon-to-be capital projects director when Steve
Right.
relinquishes the torch.
Yeah. Yeah. And then initially when Dimeo was presenting, when they were in the running to be the contractor, there was discussion about taking the entire building and moving it slightly to the east because there were electrical feeds under there, right?
So it's another example of teamwork. Dimeo is an expert on building things. Sam's an expert on designing things. And oftentimes, those two need to be reconciled when they're brought together on a project. But simple, out-of-the-box thinking, if we can move the building just a little bit, that means we don't have to bring in so much, we don't have to remove many tons of soil from the site, or we don't have to bring in so many tons of soil on the site. So it's taking a really in-depth analysis that takes multiple people, multiple days to look and see how this building can be better fit on the site to reduce costs significantly.
Yeah. And just the last thing I'll say, I think there were two elements, two overriding elements here for me. One is we all know what the budget is. There's no more money. No one's going to the city for any more money. So that's a hard thing. And the second, and I say this all the time, and depending on the context, I can get criticized, but we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I think what you've shown tonight is really, really close to what the original concept was, right? Super close. Now, is it perfect? You ask 100 people, they'll have 100 different opinions, but is it good? I would say yes, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Testa. My mic on?
Yeah.
Nice.
now.
So, I agree with all the comments of my colleagues, including the pickleball one all the way down there at the end. I have just a couple sticking points. So first, let me start by saying I intend on supporting the design tonight to go forward to RIDE. I feel it's a beautiful design. It looks very good, so nicely done to Sam. But for me, I have a couple sticking points that are from a practicality standpoint. So let me start with, I'm insane, and I went to Pilgrim yesterday, or 2 days ago rather, and I counted every parking spot that we have there. And we currently have 419 spaces at Pilgrim. The new design has us go down roughly 100 plus spaces. Puts us at 287 regular parking spaces with 30 handicapped accessible spaces. Pilgrim has approximately 140 teachers, faculty, vendors like Aramark present on site. Add in an SRO, and then factor in, let's say if you have 1,100 students, you cut that in half to 550 and say those 550 are of driving age. They can possess a license or a permit, and they're going to be getting a car at some point within their junior or senior year. cut that number in half to 225. If you take the 140 and the 225, you're well eclipsing the 280 something parking spaces that were advertised here. So do you think the parking spaces that we currently have on property are enough at this time, Mr. Spiegel?
So in the current design that you currently have at the Pilgrim School today?
The current design.
So we have currently, as you said, roughly about 300 spots. This is a direct example of what these RIDE design review meetings come down to. RIDE does not like paying for parking. They do not like paying for operational expenses such as sprinklers or lighting for fields and things like that. This is a pivot that we made for RIDE. I would be hard pressed to say that 200 or 300 spots is what you're going to end up with, because it does not seem enough at this point, especially with your comment there. But it's something we have to look at, and we have to work with administration on, and to figure out what the real number is that we need. And if it's not 300, okay. If it's not 450, because that's where we started at, was 450. Where is that real number, so we can fix that into the budget? I think that's a discussion, and by the next meeting, our design development meeting, we'll be able to tell you what the correct number is.
I appreciate that, because I think the councilman in Ward 2 would be hearing a lot from the neighbors there if there were cars lining Pilgrim Parkway and on a Fairfax and then the streets behind there.
Yeah, it would be a disaster. So we need to take a harder look at that and work with the administration. Maybe school's about to start. Maybe this is a good example. We could maybe get our traffic engineer involved, maybe have them actually count cars that come in. I don't want to, we need to figure out the real number. It's obviously not what it is right now.
Yeah, because if you, last year in the month of, I think it was the end of May or early June, you go back there and you had a softball game going on. They were in the playoffs. You had lacrosse playing Cumberland in the playoffs. You had Pilgrim boys baseball on the baseball field. And then you had senior honors night going on. The whole complex was packed. And that's not a regular occurrence, but the hope is that we attract more and more people there. You go there on a Friday night lights, the place is packed. So you got people parking on grass where there used to be the beach volleyball courts that weren't even there when I attended there, so they should just have been gone probably 30 years ago.
It's a sandbox now. You have to
Yeah, it's a sandbox.
pivot,
It's nice. So I belabored the point on parking enough. The other sticking point for me would be the gym. If we could take that image, right, snip it, put it into PowerPoint, stretch it a little bit to get that gym a little bit larger, I would love to see increased number of fixed seats there. I would hate for us to invest this much money into a facility and have to bring in temporary seating or store temporary seating. Typically, what you see, in that case there is you have all these seats on those rollout carts. So now you're going to have to find a spot for storage. And rather than having space tied up in storage for temporary seating, I'd rather us just utilize it. And you've utilized so creatively every little nook and cranny of the building thus far. So if we could just expand it a little bit more to get that gymnasium, a little bit bigger, I just think it would be more representative of the current student population that we have and the population that we desire to have. So those are the two sticking points for me at this moment in time. I'll support tonight's schematic design, but as we progress down this, as you stated, we're going to have difficult conversations. I'd like to just be honest and say, we've got to see, us become a little bit more practical here in what we currently have and require. I would also remark that Mr. Spiegel's been fantastic in educating me over the past several weeks in regards to this construction process. And so to anyone that's watching tonight's meeting that, saw tonight's presentation in the agenda, please, please, please come out to the August 21st meeting on the new high schools, because as much as it is going to be seeing these designs again and a little bit more, and you'll see a little bit of Tollgate, left field, and is you guys attending that night? You coming to the party? Great, Sam will be there. Sam and Dimio, I believe, and it's going to be educational for everyone as well. They're going to let you know a lot of stuff that we're learning right now as well, so that way you can kind of get a good understanding.
Thank you. Yes, we plan on highlighting the RIDE process, all the different steps that we have to go through. We're also going to be looking at explaining why some decisions have to be made based on what we call authorities having jurisdiction, police, fire, code, RIDE, things like that. It should be good. We've been working really closely with the SBC and Steve to get a proper agenda. I think we settled on it, and it should be very informative, we hope.
Great. Thank you.
One thing I also wanted to touch on, and this is specifically for you, the website will be gone live right after that meeting. We did not want to, of course, yep.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
The meeting will, once people get a chance to see it, and then the website, it'll reinforce what they can see here, because it'll be on video. And I think a lot of people are going to be very impressed with what's coming to Warwick.
So there will also be a project email where if members of the community would like to reach directly out to the project team, and we will respond to them. Of course, we will follow protocol and copy those that we need to copy on those emails, but it'll also be a way for people to get their questions answered rather quickly, right?
That's great. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you're still intending on possibly a virtual walkthrough of the school for that August 21st?
Yeah, I think that is what we're planning on doing. So we wanted to limit it a little bit more today, but what you'd actually see, it almost be like it's a 3D animation. So literally you get to walk in the front entrance, you get to turn into the media center. Now it's a little risky to show people that, because we don't want people to say, well, I don't like that paint color and I don't like where that furniture is, because all that, we don't want people to get bogged down in the details, but it'll give people a sense of the feel of the school, the openness of the school, and more importantly, how much it differs from the current Pilgrim today.
And not to get too far ahead, but are we still looking good for the September 11th meeting for a similar type of presentation on Tollgate?
Let me get back to you on that.
Okay, because Ms. Necco would have my neck if I didn't reference the south side of the city.
So, like I said, documents have been completed. They're going to the estimators tomorrow. So
Okay.
let's see where those numbers come back. If they come back where these numbers came back, yes.
Okay, great. Any other comments? All right, seeing none. It was moved by Mr. Testa, seconded by Ms. Backus. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it.
Next item, number 8, discussion action, bid award, number 24-0022, Mr. Gothberg.
Okay, this is for the facade work that needs to be done at Oakland Beach that I discussed earlier. When we got into the work at Oakland Beach this year, we found that above the limestone cornice, the upper 4 feet of brick was very, very porous. It was very bad. Water was actually coming through. If we got a nor'easter, we had water coming in the building. We got up and took a look at it, and we found that it was crumbling, and it was actually bowed out by about 3 or 4 inches, and the first width of brick was probably going to come down. So very dangerous. So we went ahead and put together a package to go out to bid. It needs to get done. We went on August 7th to the building committee, and by a vote of 8-0, they recommended to go ahead with the low bid of $339,000 for E.W. Berman. There were 2 bids. Allborg came in at $389, and Berman came in at $339. Also, we took into consideration that Berman would be working on the windows, so there could be some conflict if we took another contractor. But since Berman was low, it kind of took that out of took it out of consideration. So we seek your approval to move ahead with the bid for $339,000 to repair the upper brickwork at Oakland Beach.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Backus, seconded by Mr. Testa. Any discussion?
Nope.
Needs to be done.
So this bid presumably, excuse me.
It's all bond.
Say it again?
It's all bonded.
It's
It's all bond money. Okay.
Yeah, this is all bond work.
And the vendor went through all of the
We
The
did
bid
pre-bid, we did, we put it out through the architect, through our purchasing department, did the pre-bid walkthrough, we did a very thorough scope review, and we
Thank
did have an alternate to use Drive-It, but the difference was only $15,000, and it's got maybe a third life of brick, so it didn't make any sense not to go with the brick.
Great, thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Next item, item number 9, discussion action, bid award number 24-0023, Mr. Gothberg in left field.
For the environment, well, no, this is for the scope to find out about asbestos, yeah.
Good evening again. Before you tonight, we have bid award 24-0023 for high school's hazardous materials consulting. This has to do with the demolition of select parts of the building in order to facilitate work, which we discussed earlier. This was a publicly solicited proposal. There is a master purchase agreement for this work. However, in discussions with the school building committee, it was decided that this would be a public. It was advertised in the paper. It was put on BidNet. It was released on July 3rd of 2024. Proposals were submitted on July 19th. We had 5 firms submit pricing for this. In the end, the recommendation for award, it was reviewed by myself and the left field team, as well as representatives from the school building committee. Recommended you tonight for environmental consulting and management, and in the amount of $17,850. Excuse me, I beg your pardon. Environmental consulting and management in a not to exceed amount of $41,300.
Looking for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Made by Ms. Backus,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Testa. Any comments?
Mr.
Mr.
Chair,
Testa.
this is a requirement of RIDE. You have to do this, and
This is
Right.
absolutely a requirement of RIDE. It's also just good practice to figure out where your hazardous materials are in a building prior to demolition. Department of Environmental Management will also like this to make sure that, as you demolish sections of the building, those hazardous materials are not going into the ground and potentially affecting the groundwater. So it's best practice and a requirement.
All set?
Yes.
RIDE loves to spend our money, huh, Mr. Spiegel?
This one is more DEM than RIDE, but.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. For my colleagues on the stage, you're already aware, but for the public's knowledge, we're going to skip to agenda item 54. It's discussion, action, change order, payment approval, Sicoccio and Associates. It says Mr. Gothberg and Sicoccio, but it's going to be presented by Mr. Spiegel with left field.
Yeah, that is correct. As this group is aware, we have been tasked with spending $350 million and not a penny more. In order to ensure that the project stays on budget, we made a significant pivot on the Tollgate School, which is being designed by Sicoccio and Associates with JCJ Architecture as the second. This included changing the complete design of the building. It also, more importantly, where the building was going to be located on the site. These 2 changes resulted in additional costs incurred for consultants that work under Sicoccio and Associates, including mechanical, electrical, plumbing, fire protection, site civil, traffic, structural steel. The number goes on and on and on. This cost that we are presenting for you today is for the cost of those consultants of Sicoccio and Associates, not Sicoccio and Associates themselves. Sicoccio and Associates is eating that part of the change. However, they're consultants because they were tasked with moving the design so far forward in order to get cost estimates to bring us on budget. Those consultants are now requesting additional funds for their portion of the work. Left field is reviewed, and we agreed that those costs are acceptable because of the the necessitated incredibly large change about where the project is on the site, as well as the complete design. If this group remembers, there used to be a courtyard. There is no such thing anymore. The building design is almost, I would say, 75% different than it was before. That doesn't mean that the spaces are any different, but it means that the building design is much more efficient than it was previously, and this cost is representative of having to completely pivot on that design. I'm happy to answer any questions on this. This is not something that we recommend lightly. There was a lot of discussion internally on this, as well as a lot of discussion on the review of what the actual costs were. We were provided evidence of those costs, and we feel comfortable in making this recommendation today.
Looking for move approval.
So,
Made by Ms. Backus.
second.
Seconded by Mr. Testa. Any comments? I just have one question. I don't know if my colleague, the chair of the building committee, or if left field or Mr. Gothberg would like to answer this. It passed in a 7-1 vote. What was the logic on the dissenting vote?
There was no discussion of that logic, but
They,
Yeah,
they
it was-
didn't make
it
any remark.
No, it was just put forward, and the roll was called, and it was 7-1. So it was a situation where the superintendent, I think, Mr. Chair, you wanted any expenditure where it's the superintendent and assistant superintendent don't approve would come before the school committee, and that's what happened here. So there was one dissenting vote, which was Mr. McCaffrey, and then there was no explanation given, so that's it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Would you be using contingency costs to cover something like this, just for knowledge on the project, or does this go against our hard construction costs?
yeah, so there's multiple different contingencies on the project. One of them is a design contingency, which is built into the numbers. This comes out of design contingency. It doesn't affect the contingencies that we talked about, the 7 million, that doesn't affect this.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Item 54
Nay.
passed.
Nay.
1 nay. 3-1. Ms. Hazelwood, nay.
Is that it for me, Steve? Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next item on the agenda, item 10, discussion and action, approval and creation of the Community Outreach Subcommittee. Colleagues, I put this before you this evening. One of the goals of the school committee, woven within our charter, is to interpret the educational needs and aspirations of the community as outlined within Policy BA. Also looking to get more community engagement and investment into our school district. I thought that it would be a good idea that we create the Community Outreach Subcommittee. This subcommittee, in addition to interpreting those educational needs and aspirations of the community, would also establish and maintain a network of Warwick Public Schools alumni. There's a lot of people that have great pride in saying they graduated from either Pilgrim, Warwick Veterans, or Tollgate High School. There's similar communities that have a similar type of program. East Greenwich is one of them, where they bring together everybody on an annual basis. They have a big gala during the summer. They raise funds. It's kind of almost like another type of reunion. But this committee would be kind of forming a public schools alumni association and network. What would be great is those funds could then be raised. The superintendent would have the option to kind of recommend where those funds be allocated, whether they be to after-school programs that currently do not receive budgeted funds, or supporting local scholarships. Additionally, it would be great if the alumni got involved with our seniors, whether it be through mentoring them, giving them an option from a senior project standpoint, bringing them back in. We have a great group of alumni here in the city of Warwick and within the state, but we would also be looking to have this committee foster relationships with local businesses to be considered as prospective sponsors of the outdoor facilities on our campuses in hopes to reduce operational costs of the athletic fields in addition to continuous upgrades of those spaces. So I'm looking for your support this evening. The composition of the committee would be one or more school committee members, not to exceed 2, so we do not violate open meetings laws, 3 or more members from the community, 1 or more members from the administration to be appointed by the superintendent, 1 or more members from the WISE and WTU labor unions to be appointed by union leadership, and 1 or more students. So I'd be looking for move approval.
I move approval.
Made by Ms. Backus, seconded by Mr. Testa. Any comments?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Testa.
I'd support it, no problem. I would just suggest in going forward that we currently have on the books the Parent Communication Advisory Committee that hasn't met in probably 10 years. So this would, I envision this superseding that, so we should at some point just dissolve that PCAC, because this would trump what it does. I'd also add, you know, if you talk to Ms. Caloria or Mr. Gibbons for the past, I don't know, I've been pestering for the last school year, how we don't have any type of outreach whatsoever to alumni, none. So we have some students who graduate, who go, Chris Terry graduated Pilgrim High School, NHL hockey goalie, Olympian. Have we ever reached out? Sarah DaCosta. So there's a bunch of people, not just on the athletic side, on the academic side. Some of our kids become doctors too, and lawyers too, and successful business people. But there's no outreach to have them come into the building. We have Michael Harmon, who graduated Pilgrim several years ago, who does Broadway plays or off-Broadway plays. Phenomenally talented kid.
He's incredible.
Right?
Steve Gothberg as well.
So
Coming back, now he's building a new Pilgrim.
Yeah. So I do envision, and I noticed in the designs of the high schools they had Hall of Fames there, and we should be recognizing those graduates of Warwick schools, reaching out to them, having them come in and talk to kids, because everybody's got a story, and every student is receptive to that story. You know, they come and talk to 500 kids, 1,000 kids, they'll reach 1 or 2 of them. So I think it's a good idea. I can see how this morphs into a bunch of different things, so I welcome it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Ms. Backus?
I've actually been wanting to see something like this for a very long time, along with a development director, even a part-time development director, because I know that we can raise a lot of funds to be able to do things that we don't have budgeted, that are just good for the city, good for the kids, good for everyone. Thank you.
All set. Ms. Hazelwood?
I'd like to be on it.
Put me on the spot here.
I would.
Okay. Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Next item, item number 11, discussion action, FY25 substitute rates. Ms. Ruggieri.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee again. I put before you tonight a proposal for the FY25 substitute rates. Just to give you a little background, I did collaborate with the team about this, and in the last several years we have used the model where we go with the same percentage that the union, the teachers union gets, so we went up to 2.5%. It's pretty straightforward, days 1 through 30, days 31 through 135, and then after that is step. We did do some analysis of some surrounding districts, and we are right in line. There are a few districts that are a little higher than us, a few districts that are a little lower, but we are right in line. And for our non-certified staff, we did go up a little higher than we have in the past few years, just because to stay marketable, you know, we can have people go to Dunkin' Donuts and you know, the local grocery stores and make more than the minimum wage. So we are proposing to increase that by $1 an hour. Again, we're going to have the building submodel. It's been very successful, so that's incorporated in this plan as well. So we seek your approval.
Looking for move approval.
So moved.
So
Made by Mr. Testa, Ms. Hazelwood, seconded by Ms. Backus. Any comments? I would just remark that one of the sites I'm visiting tomorrow in Texas, this is a problem I face. Our employees down there, they can go and make more money at Buc-ee's, the gas station, than they can work in our bottling lines down there. So, I totally support this. We never certainly want to drive up our labor line items within our budget. Mr. Bowles is already sweating sitting there, so, but certainly you make a valid point. These people can go elsewhere and make a significant more amount of money, so we need these folks. I support it. Any other comments? Ms. Backus?
And, I've always pushed for these payments to go higher, because for years we had difficulty attracting people because we paid so poorly. So thank you for that. I'm in full support of that. I think we need to stay marketable, so we need to do what you're doing, So kudos to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Next item, 12, discussion action, wise layoffs. Ms. Ruggieri.
We seek your action tonight on the wise layoffs put before you. Again, just for the edification of the public, these positions were eliminated in the budget for a variety of reasons. Some students moving out of district, students graduating, a variety of reasons. So again, we ask for your action on this item.
Move approval.
Made by Mr. Testa, seconded by Ms. Backus. Any comments? Ms. Hazelwood.
Yes, I would like to make an amendment to this. I would like to add back the floater from Warwick Neck, but the position will be added back and the recall will be by seniority.
1 second, Ms. Hazelwood. So I would second that motion. Any discussion on the amendment made by Ms. Hazelwood?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, Mr. Testa.
It's a process question for me. I don't disagree with the need for the position, but I would just say that whether it's this meeting or the next meeting, let HR bring that up to us. I'm just not comfortable with the practice of essentially the school committee telling administration what to do when it comes to personnel. So it should bubble up from the bottom. It should bubble up from there and come to us. It's just a procedural thing. It's not that I don't support it. It's the process that matters to me. That's all.
Ms. Backus.
I agree with Mr. Testa. Actually, the state law changed a few years ago when they took all hiring out of the hands of the school committee and put it into the hands solely of management. And probably we should stay away from this. And
Are you going to vote in favor of all the layoffs?
no,
Okay.
1 second. So it sounds like there's a challenge on the legality of this?
So you're not going to add back?
Are you stating that there's a legal statute preventing her motion?
I'm not sure if there's a legal statute. I'm saying that would be up to our council.
Attorney
But
Hennis?
the law did change insofar as who is in charge of approving hiring for all districts throughout the state.
So let's allow legal counsel to address if the motion that's on the table and the actions being performed are legal for this body.
So I believe that the motion being proposed is legal. I understand Ms. Backus's point, and she's correct that the superintendent has the authority to appoint. But as I understand this particular motion, you're suggesting they put the money back into the budget for that position. So from a legal point of view, I think that's acceptable. But again, if someone wants to vote against it, we have 4 members here, so a 2-2 tie would be would be a fail. The motion would fail. Correct.
Ms. Backus, you still have the floor.
So to put the money back in it sounds like it's legal, it's fine. We're not doing the actual hiring, so.
Okay.
Thank you. That resolves that.
Any other comments from members of the committee?
Yes.
Ms. Hazelwood.
when this position was cut, enrollment was different. Enrollment has changed since this position was cut. That was a concern of mine, and that's why I'm asking to put it back. It will affect the special ed programming.
Any other comments?
The special ed
Ms. Beck.
programming and the necessary staff it's crucially important for safety of students, safety of staff, all around safety.
Yep. Any other comments? So all of my colleagues have valid points. I'm certainly going to support the motion here. I'm big on safety. Ms. Backus raises the safety component, and not to disrespect the administration, but Ms. Hazelwood brings up a valid point. These positions were identified in roughly mid to late March, possibly even sooner, and so a lot has changed since then. A lot will continue to change. So just being forward-thinking, and so that way we're not scrambling at the start of the school year here. I would definitely support this motion. And if something changes and you have to move that employee, and if you're able to move that employee, then great. So with that, we're going to vote on the motion before us first. So all those in favor of the motion made by Ms. Hazelwood, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So we have Ms. Backus, Ms. Hazelwood, and myself. Aye. Mr. Testa, nay. Motion passes. So now we're going to vote on the motion as amended. All those in favor? Aye.
Nay.
Motion passes. Miss, you're good, Dudley?
No, this is for the,
We passed the amended motion, and then now we're going, we passed the motion by Ms. Hazelwood
Yep.
to amend the initial motion of the 14 layoffs.
Yep.
So now we're making a
the
vote
layoffs.
on the layoffs.
Are you approving of the
Layoff.
layoffs or not?
I'm a nay on the layoffs.
Okay, so. Wait a minute, so the vote was,
The amendment was a 3-1 vote, but now it goes,
Okay.
so now Ms. Hazelwood amended the initial proposal.
Yep.
And now we go to a vote on the layoffs in totality.
okay, I'm
And
sorry.
so
I
a nay vote.
I misunderstood, so I will uphold it. I will vote yes.
You will
So I will
vote yes
support
on
the
the prior.
layoffs.
Can we go back now? We've already made that motion, it's passed, and we started to call
Yeah.
the vote on the next one, correct?
Yeah, no,
We've
that's fine.
called the
No,
vote on
I'm-
the next?
No, Mr. Chair, I'm just gonna, the amended motion that's on the floor, I'm gonna vote for that.
In favor of the layoffs?
In favor of layoffs, yes.
Yes, we're not at that yet.
Yes.
The motion's been amended. There's some confusion here with respect to what the vote is. I would just call the question again, just to make sure. So this is on the amended motion. Sorry. This is on the amended motion.
This is with
which would
Ms. Hazelwood's
include-
motion.
Right, Ms.
Right.
Hazelwood's,
Yep.
not laying off that one particular position, but it would lay off the remaining people that are recommended. That's correct. So that's what's before you right now. It's already been amended, but
Okay.
it's those 13 layoffs, I guess it is. Instead of 14. Instead of 14, correct.
So Mr. Hennies, just to be clear now, the initial agenda item was for 14 layoffs. Ms. Hazelwood just wants to amend that to essentially 13, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And
Which is
then-
also, as a point of clarification, that's more in line with the response to Ms. Backus's question. It's not really an appointment, you're basically negating one of the
Yes, okay.
elimination of one of the positions.
Right, and so then, if that passes, then we're gonna vote on the layoffs, right? We're gonna vote on 13.
That's this vote. The committee has already voted to make that amendment, so what's before this
Okay.
body right now is, just to clarify, the 13 layoffs
Okay,
instead of 14.
understood.
That's
Okay.
the question.
Just wanna call a roll, or?
Yeah, we'll do a roll call vote
Yeah.
on the amended motion of 13 layoffs, not 14.
Right.
Ms. Backus?
Nay.
Ms. Hazelwood?
Aye.
Mr. Testa?
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes 3-1.
At first I was like, oh, what is he doing?
Yeah, no, I was.
I'm making a motion to table items 13, discussion action, Warwick School Committee versus WTU, KM 2024-0628. Item 14, discussion action, advanced degree stipend social workers. And item 15, discussion action, WTU grievance 24-594, contract violation ratio compensation. To table.
So
Move
moved.
approval.
Motion made by Ms. Backus, seconded by Mr. Testa. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Items 13 through 15 have been tabled. Got to check in on Ms. Tedeschi. Are you doing okay down there? We're shaking things up tonight. Item 16, discussion action, contract award, Frontline Education, number 20067. Ms. Ruggieri.
Hello again. I have before you the requisition for Frontline. This is the system we use for absence tracking with employees and for substitute placement. This is a budgeted expense, and it is a sole source vendor.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Backus, seconded by Mr. Testa. Any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Item 17, discussion action, bid award, athletic supplies and equipment, number 24-0013. On behalf of Director Ricks, it is Assistant Superintendent Mr. McCaffrey.
Mr. Chair, members of the school committee, I recommend passage on the purchase of athletic supplies and equipment. In your package, you'll find bid tabulations, and the items are selected based upon the cost as being the low bidder. All the supporting documentation should be in your packets. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Move approval.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Backus, seconded by Mr. Testa. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. For those keeping track at home, we're finally off the first page. Item 18, discussion action, contract award, Rhode Island Interscholastic League, AT 250012, AT 250013, AT 250003, AT 25002, AT 210017, and AT 250018. On behalf of Mr. Ricks, Mr. McCaffrey.
Once again, in your package, you'll find supporting documentation for the Rhode Island Scholastic League. These are dues and fees for our student athletes to compete. If we do not pay these fees, our students will not be able to compete in Rhode Island Interscholastic League events. Request
Move
your
approval.
Made by Ms. Backus, seconded by Ms. Hazelwood. Any discussion?
I have one
Mr.
question, Mr.
Mr.
McCaffrey. I
Testa.
don't know if you can answer it, but on a couple of those requisitions, there were refunds. Do you know why would we get a refund on some and not others?
It would depend on the number of athletes competing. So you have a membership
Okay.
fee, and it's based upon the number
Okay.
of athletes that are actually
Yep.
competing and how they calculate the cost.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Item 19, discussion action, contract award for student AT 250009. On behalf of Mr. Ricks, Mr. McCaffrey.
The athletic department is requesting to open PO for bus services. They would fall under our first student contract that is in place. And when they receive invoices, they'll be charging against the open PO for this item. It is a budgeted expense.
Move approval.
Motion made by Ms. Backus, seconded by Ms. Hazelwood. Any
A
comments?
quick question for
Mr.
Mr.
Testa.
Bowl, I think. Mr. Bowl, is this an historical spend amount? Do we typically come close to
Yeah,
this?
so we combed through the budget in pretty good detail this year. I would say that this is historically accurate toward spend.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Item number 20, discussion action, contract award, Verizon Wireless, number 20122. Mr. Bowl.
This is the purchase order for district-wide cell phones for directors, principals, and management admin staff. It is budgeted, and it falls under the Rhode Island Master Pricing Agreement contract number 308.
Move approval.
Motion made by Ms. Backus, seconded by Mr. Testa. Any comments? See Mr. Heatherton using his business phone for Toon Blast, so I don't know how necessary these phones are. All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Item number 21, discussion action, contract award, Vows Inc., first disbursement, number 19906. Ms. Danbrook.
Yes, I'm asking the committee to approve the partnership that we have with Vows to continue this year. We value that partnership, and they're very helpful in all the schools, so I appreciate your vote.
Move approval.
Made by Ms. Backus.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Hazelwood. Any comments?
Mr. Chair, I just comment that I may have said this before. A few years ago, a previous principal who was very active in Vows had explored other districts that don't have a Vows and do it internally. And they spend north of $100,000, and that was probably 5 years ago. So this is an incredible bang for the buck for the district.
It certainly is, and
Very helpful to the
I completely
district.
support
Ms.
it.
Backus.
It's crucial to this district. It saves us money. It does great. They do great work, and I want to support them so that they continue to do that work and save us money and do great things.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, I echo my colleague's sentiments, and Ms. Spirito does great work. So, all those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Item 22, discussion action, contract award, Rhode Island Mentoring Partnership, number 19993. Ms. Danbrook. That's a lot of names.
Yes, I'd also like to renew this partnership. Rhode Island Mentoring Program does amazing things for our students, and we've seen great results, and I think it's important that we keep our partnership with them.
Move approval.
Motion made by Ms. Backus.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Testa. Any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Item 23, discussion action, contract award, LaPlante Soa Goldman Ltd., item number 20128. Ms. Danbrook.
Yes, I'm requesting that you approve the bill of Mr. Soa, who did an investigation for us. The bill was for $14,825.
Move approval.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Hazelwood and Mr. Testa. Any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. Item 24, discussion action, approval of superintendent restructuring of central administration. Ms. Danbrook.
Yes, I am requesting a reorganization of central administration. This will entail promoting Dr. Taylor to a newly formed position of Executive Director of Accountability, Compliance, Technology, and Innovation. It's important that every department continue to consistently follow our policy and procedures. The new position will bring a significant value to the school department, focusing on ensuring compliance through assisting with policy review, process, and the implementations of new policies. Also, this new position will serve as a resource and lead for district-level investigations, including Title IX and OCR. In addition to these responsibilities, Dr. Taylor will continue to serve as a lead of technology and innovative learning. As a result of this restructure, also we will see Joe Napolillo, who currently serves as a coordinator in the technology department. He would be Assistant Director of Technology now. I'd like to point out that this does not affect our budget. It doesn't cost anything. We're just moving things around, responsibilities. So I appreciate your support.
Move approval.
Motion made by Ms. Backus,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Hazelwood. Any discussion?
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr. Chair,
Testa.
if I may, I will support this. I just want to go on record saying that this reorg falls squarely under the responsibilities of administration, and I'm not going to question them on it. If they think this is what they need, that's fine. I would just go on record to say I think in the new position there's a lot of responsibility rolled up into that position. That's it. But other than that, I would support it. I would also add that there's no new position here. Essentially, Dr. Taylor, your title's changed, right? And you got more work. So, yeah, so there's no net add of positions in the admin org chart. So, and again, if this is what administration thinks they need to do, then their operations, we're governance. So it's all in your court. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Ms. Backus?
This position is actually revenue positive. We're going to realize $50,000 in savings because a position that was posted, we were not able to fill it, and superintendent and her team developed a plan to take care of that and also to upgrade management and organization of compliance, innovation, technology, et cetera. So it seems to be a win-win for everyone. Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Item number 25, discussion action, contract award, Zello Inc. Item number 19978, Mr. McCaffrey.
Mr. Chair, members of the school committee, I recommend passage for the requisition for Zello. Zello helps support our individual learning plans at the secondary level. It's also on the MPA list.
Move approval.
Made by Ms. Backus. Seconded by Mr. Testa. Any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Thank you for mentioning it's on the MPA list. Item number 26, discussion action, contract award, Rhode Island Department of Ed, number 19793, Mr. McCaffrey.
This is similar to the open PO that we passed earlier in the evening to support transportation services, and in this case, we're supporting transportation services for the McKinney-Vento Homeless Act and the Every Student Succeed Act.
Move approval.
Made by Ms. Backus.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Hazelwood. Any discussion? Ms. Backus.
This is important for our kiddos who are homeless, and I would support it.
Thank you. Mr.
Chair,
Testa.
Thank you, Mr. Bowl. It looks like this is for 3.6 million, and the documentation. Are we looking to essentially spend what we spent in the past? FY24 projection was 3.9. So are we actually doing a little bit better? I know it's contingent upon number of children. I get it.
That is correct. So the budgets for transportation were built this year to reflect actual historical spend. There might be some budget transfers that occur because when we set up the budgets for, we saw this with the in-district transportation between special ed and regular ed. We're gonna need to do budget transfers, but overall, the transportation number we're confident will be within budget.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Item 27, discussion action, contract award, Global Spectrum LLC, number 20044, Mr. McCaffrey.
Good evening. We're requesting your approval to support this Global Spectrum requisition. It's to support the graduation services that we receive at the University of Rhode Island. It is a budgeted item.
Move approval.
Second.
Made by Ms. Backus, seconded by Mr. Testa. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Item number 28, discussion action, contract award, Apple Inc., number 20108, Mr. McCaffrey.
Once again, I'm asking for your approval to the purchase of Apple computers for instruction within our secondary programs. It also is on the MPA list as cited in the memo that you received from me.
Move
Appreciate you
approval.
announcing that.
Second.
Ms. Backus with the first, Ms.
Second.
Hazelwood with the second. Any comments?
I have a quick question.
Mr. Testa.
Thank you. Is this for 107, Studio 107, or is this for something different?
What you see there, you'll see something from Pilgrim High School, and it has Mr. Cipriano's name on it, I believe. So I believe it's for the Tech Ed
Okay.
department of Pilgrim High School.
Yeah, because that would usually come through CTC, I think, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Item 29, discussion action, bid award, cafeteria lunch tables, number 24-0020. Ms. Cusino.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and others. I am requesting your award for broken cafeteria tables for 7 of our elementary schools. I would like to thank Kim, my secretary, and Kayla for all their hard work on this. It is a budgeted expense. It did go out to bid, and this is the second lowest bid, coming in with a 2-week lead time as well.
Move approval.
Thank you. Before you do that, just want to add that it's a bid and also a contract award, all in that one line item. I don't know if it's going to change your move approval to Ms. Backus, but just for transparency, it also involves contract award, Global Equipment Company number 20121. So just wanted to make sure it was all on the record. So.
I'll second. I'll second.
All right. Ms. Backus on the move approval and Mr. Testa on the second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Item number 30, discussion action, contract award, Rhode Island Link, East Bay Education, number 19961. Ms. Cusino.
Thank you. Again, seeking your approval, this is the Rhode Island Library Information Network, known as RI Link. It helps our librarians in the elementary schools with a subscription for software and maintenance. It is a budgeted expense. It did not go out to bid because this is a sole source vendor.
Move approval.
Motion made by Ms. Backus, seconded by Mr. Testa. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Item 31, discussion action, contract award, Boys and Girls Club of Warwick, number 19812. Mr. Heatherton.
Good evening. The Grants Department is requesting approval to reimburse salaries attached to the vacation program that was outlined in Ms. Cusino's presentation earlier this evening. This is a partnership agreement with the Learn 365 grant and is right approved.
So
Move
moved.
approval.
Motion made by Ms. Backus, seconded by Ms. Hazelwood. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Discussion action, contract award, Lexia Learning Systems, number 19828. Mr. Heatherton.
So again, the Grants Department's requesting approval to purchase letters material bundle for St. Kevin's School. This is supported through Title II funds, and this is on the Rhode Island Master Purchase Agreement.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Backus, seconded by Mr. Testa. Any discussion?
I have a question for Mr. Heatherton. Mr. Heatherton, is this all for St. Kevin's?
This is, yes.
Okay, and this is, we typically just, we're a conduit for the title funds, right?
Right, so
Right.
we kind of hold the money for the private schools.
All right, so the 9987 is what we got in title funds for St. Kevin's. They want more, I take it, so they just pay the difference?
If it's more, they pay the difference, correct?
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Item number 33, discussion action, contract award, IXL Learning, number 19911. Mr. Heatherton.
So again, we're requesting approval of this purchase for IXL site licenses, and this is for the St. Rose of Lima School in Warwick. And this is part of the RIMPA contract number 585, and this is a grant-funded expense.
Move approval.
Thank you. Made by Ms. Backus,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Hazelwood and Mr. Testa. Any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Motion passes. If there's no objections from my colleagues, I'd like to take items 34 and 35 together with Ms. Murray. Any objections to that? Seeing none, it would be discussion action item number 34, contract award, Amazon number 20058, and item number 35, discussion action, contract award, Amazon number 20059. For
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Hazelwood.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Backus. Any discussion? Ms. Murray, would you care to say anything on the Amazon?
No, thank you very much. This will be used, it's grant funded, and Amazon, it is part of the consortium.
Excellent. Any comments from members of the committee?
Just, I'm looking forward
Ms.
to
Hazelwood.
seeing these faces.
Yes. The teachers, I'm sure, are as well.
When will they be fully operational?
So in the preschools and elementary, we're working on getting that to the supplies to them first. And then once all of our principals come back tomorrow, along with some teachers, we'll put a little committee together at the middle and high school to kind of figure out what they need. And all of our teachers will go through some training through the Bradley Learning Exchange on how students and teachers can support these spaces. And so once that's done, they are open for them to use.
That's great, thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of items number 34 and 35?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes on both of those 4-0. If there's no objections from members of this committee, I'd like to take items 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40 all together. That'd be discussion action contract award, explore learning, discussion action contract award, discovery education, discussion action contract award, literacy resource Haggerty, discussion action contract award, Lazelle Inc., and discussion action contract award, Great Minds, all presented by Dr. Schultz. Any objections? Anyone want to pull any of those out? Or are we good on all of them? Okay, I'm looking for a motion to
Move
approve.
approval.
Made by Ms. Backus.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Testa. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting items 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
If there's no objections from members of this committee, I'd be looking to take items 41 through 51 as one packet. That's contract awards to American Alarm. Excuse me. No, I've been told that we can. Items 41 through 51, members of the committee, we were initially going to table item 50, but we've been told we can move forward with that. So it'd be contract awards for American Alarm and Communications 19935, Columbus Door 19887, Driscoll Elevator 19734, Filter Sales and Service 19857, Fire Equipment Inc. 19849, Fire Equipment Inc. 19994, Kenvo Floor Company 19904, Mark's Garage Door 19891, AAA Mobile Warehousing 19855, O'Neill Electric 19841, and Custodial Supply Bid Requisitions with, I'm not even going to say that name, I'm just going to call it Casey, Banner Systems, Lightcar, Next Gen Supply, Unipack, and WB Mason.
Armsco. Move approval.
Made by Ms. Backus.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Testa. Any discussion?
I do.
Mr. Testa.
I have one discussion. This is Columbus Door for $7,875. A couple of months ago, this committee approved doors at Wyman for roughly $8,000. And some of you administrators were here. Ms. Backus and I were the only two on the committee at the time when this district bought these.
Oh, gosh.
These were breakaway door stops, because this district was replacing doors to the tunes of tens of thousands of dollars a year because we would use wedges of wood. And only Ms. Backus and I were around when some members of the council would pillory us for spending at the time $8 on these things, but these are designed to break away when you put them in the door. So at that time, one council member said, well, when I was in school, we used wood. Problem is, when push comes to shove, the wood wins and the door breaks. Yep. And we spent $7,800 on doors. So, you know, I can tell you last summer when Warwick Neck work was going on, I was walking through Oak Neck to see an update, and one of the brand new doors was propped with a wedge of wood. I was in Pilgrim recently, wedges of wood. So I don't know what we have to do internally, whether every single door we put a big neon pink piece of paper with black lettering, do not use wood to chalk these doors. These work. So I don't like to spend $8,000 for doors when it could have been avoided. And that's what happened with these doors, because I already checked with Mr. Oliver, because this is old. So let's just keep using these, because that's why we buy them.
Do we need to order more of those?
Oh,
They break.
so order them.
They break.
That's all.
They break.
They break, the wood doesn't.
They do break, but the
Ms.
wood
Hazel.
on the wooden doors, it ruins the wooden doors. Those
Ruins
work
the metal
better with
ones,
the
too.
metal. No, not so much. Those break a lot, though, I gotta be honest.
Yeah, they're supposed to break. They're designed to break.
They-
They do break.
Yeah,
They're designed to break so that they don't break the door.
Right, that's designed, so let's get some more.
They
Any other
ran out.
comments?
That's why they
Ms.
need
Hazel.
more. They broke.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of items 41 through 51?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Item 52, discussion action, approval, one-to-one teacher assistant request. Ms. Barber.
Good evening. Special Services is seeking approval for 5 new full-time one-on-one teaching assistant positions at 4 schools across the district, which are required per student 504s and IEPs.
Move
This is
approval.
non-budgeted
But
need.
thank you. Move approval made by Ms. Backus. I'll second it. Any comments?
So they're,
Ms.
we
Hazelwood.
have to have them. They're in the IEPs. And
Yes.
that's what can happen throughout the year with special ed.
Exactly.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Last but not least, item 53, discussion action, change order, Allberg Construction, Mr. Gothberg.
One more time. This is for change orders for the Greenwood project. This was again a 7-to-1 vote, and I think I did a less than stellar job explaining what the purpose of these change orders were, and that's why we got the negative vote. The first one was for $4,668, but we found that we were reusing existing ventilation shafts for ductwork chases. And because it could not be seen and it did not show on the 1927 plans, we actually found 6-foot radiators in these shafts that actually heated the air that went up and down, but nobody knew they were there. So the only way to get these 6-foot radiators out of the shaft so we could do our duct work was to cut holes in the roof and actually rope out these radiators. So that's what this change order is for. So we'd be seeking approval on that. And the second one is for $8,521, and this is for above the hard ceiling at the entry into Greenwood. We found that the existing steel that we were going to weld new steel to that did not show up on the plans was contained lead. So because this was contained in an area, we actually had to take down the ceiling. What it also did was help us gain 5 days of schedule because now we're able to get the ductwork that was going to go above the ceiling up much easier. We didn't have to struggle with it. So for this amount of money, we actually picked up 5 days in schedule, which is going to help us open up. And we get a brand new ceiling in that entryway, so it's going to look much, much better. So I strongly believe it's the right way to go, and I hope my explanation is much better than it was during building committee, so I apologize for that.
Move approval.
Thank you. Motion made by Ms. Backus. Seconded by Mr. Testa. Any comments?
So there were
Ms.
6-foot
Backus.
radiators?
Yeah, actually in the ventilation shaft, yeah.
That
And,
sounds fascinating.
Yeah, it was a smart way
design.
to, you know, it's circulating the air, and what it did was it heated it, but we didn't know they were in there. The pipes were hidden. They were tapped off somewhere else, so you didn't even see the pipes that fed the radiator, and they were not, this did not show up on any of the 1927 plans that I could find anyway, so.
Fascinating.
Yeah, so holes in the roof, pull them up with a rope, get them out of the way, and get rid of them.
Any other
Are we
comments?
going to try and sell them?
Well, that's how we get a little better price on demolition. We get, they take it and recycle.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Backus.
Mr. Chair.
Testa.
Yeah, Mr. Gothberg, all of this work was confined to the oldest part of the building, right? That was the
Yes, this was, well,
97-year-old.
the ceiling was in
Yeah.
the first early 50s edition, but the radiators were in the 27 original building, 1927.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 4-0. We're on to
Nay.
public comment, section 11.
1 nay.
Say that again?
1 nay.
Ms. Hazelwood. It was a 3-1 vote. Ms. Backus, myself, and Mr. Testa in favor. Ms. Hazelwood against. We're on to public comment. Individual comments will be respectfully limited to 3 minutes per person, with public comment not to exceed 45 minutes. Though the content of comments will not be restricted. It is the hope of this committee that citizens, committee members, and the administration alike will be respectful of each other's right to speak, tolerant of different points of view, and mindful of everyone's time. This public comment period is for general comments or concerns. Speakers are asked to state their name for the record. Again, 3 minutes per person.
Hi, Darlene Netco. I'm glad that the school department was able to work with the Boys and Girls Club to put together these learning programs for the students using the Learn 365 funds, because those funds could have gone to the school department directly to begin with, but as we know, the governor decided to create his own little scheme with them and involve the city first. But it's a testament to the fact that our superintendent works so well with the Boys and Girls Clubs that we're able to do this, and it works in Warwick. It's just I would be remiss if I did not once again complain about the whole way that the governor went about distributing these funds. If he's got funds, the schools can use them. We know we have all these unfunded mandates from RIDE and so on that the schools could use. But I'm glad that we are putting them to good use and that the students are benefiting from them. And thank you also for approving the funds for the graduation at URI. I think all of you went, so you know that it worked out very well. It's a journey, but you can't beat the facilities. The parking space, the indoor plumbing, the air conditioning, the plenty of seating for everybody who wants to go. So if a student has 50 people he or she wants to bring, they can bring them and they can see the graduation. And now regarding those door stops, here's the problem. We don't have them. I mean, there are a few here and there. I had one, it's gone. I'm forced to try to, I bought a rubber door stop. I actually, if you open the door and put the door stop on the bottom of the door next to the floor, then you don't have any problems with doors breaking. It's when people, even though those are made, you can also put them on the side and they'll break instead of the door. You can still use wooden blocks if they're on the bottom and not in where the hinge is. But there are not enough of those to go around right now, I can tell you. They disappear. They were either broken or they just disappear. No matter how many times you write your room number and name on anything in a school building, they disappear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeremy Langell, Ward 5. I have 2 kids at Warwick Elementary. I just want to thank, again, the building committee for just a tremendous amount of work. I did go to their subcommittee meeting last week, and I've always been very impressed by that committee, but it's just really great to see how much expertise is on that committee and how well they work together and how they make sure to prepare everyone for the votes that are going to be taken. So just thank you for them. My house is built in 1925, so we have some electrical work going on, so now I'm a little bit afraid about what we might find. The other thing I want to just comment on is the committee that you're forming. I think it's a great idea, actually. I'm wondering if you might think about how to connect that work into the PTAs, because I noticed that there's a funding piece there for athletic activities. And I'm the treasurer also at Warwick Neck PTA. We pay for a lot of things. We pay for a lot of things. And I'm happy to do that. We're happy to do that. So field trips now, we have to pay the cost for every child to go, which I'm completely on board with. I don't want to leave a child behind on a field trip because they can't afford to go. But that kind of flows down to us to figure out how to make that happen. So I'm wondering about how to collaborate with that group, with all the PTAs across Warwick to see how we might, if you're going to think about development, how do we think about that collaboratively so that we all are working together and not competing against each other for resources, because we know they're thin. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good points.
Any of the members of the public wishing to comment? Mr. Midori? No? You're good. Any other members of the public wishing to comment? Any other members of the public wishing to comment? Seeing none, future meetings, the Warwick School Committee will be meeting on Wednesday, August 21st, 2024 at 6 p.m. right here, discussing the new high schools. Health and Wellness Subcommittee meeting, August 28th, 2024 at 3 p.m. Policy Subcommittee meeting, September 3rd, 2024 at 4:30 p.m. Warwick School Building Committee meeting, September 11th, 2024 at 7:30 a.m. Monthly School Committee meeting, September 11th, 2024 at 7 p.m. And Fiscal Subcommittee meeting, October 1st, 2024 at 3 p.m. Being that there's no other business before this committee, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Made by Ms. Backus.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Hazelwood. All those in favor? Aye. We're adjourned.